Ene.
Mahalo, Pat. The meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is being called to order. The meeting is being held via teleconference moderated by me, Chairman William Isla Jr. from the DHHL office, Hale Pono'i, 9154-20 Kapolei Parkway, Kapolei, Oahu, Hawaii. And today's date is Tuesday, November the 17th, 2020. The time is now 9:34 a.m. Pursuant to Governor's 14th proclamation related to the COVID-19 emergency, Hawaii Revised Statutes, Chapter 92 regarding public agency meetings and records is currently suspended through November 30th, 2020, to the extent necessary to enable boards to conduct business without holding meetings open to the public and to allow state agencies the ability to effectively and efficiently provide emergency relief and engage in emergency management functions. At this time, we are able to live stream this meeting via the DHHL website. A quick reminder that the Commission approved by unanimous vote yesterday to amend today's agenda to include an update on Uluke Kukui. That will follow G1, the grants report. Leah, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Awo. I see him.
Here.
Commissioner Helm. Okay. Commissioner Helm.
Aye.
Commissioner Kaapu.
Also known as Becky, I.
Commissioner Kalekini is having trouble signing on, so I'll let you know when he joins. Commissioner Kaupu.
Here.
Commissioner Namu'o.
Here.
Commissioner Nevis.
Aye.
Commissioner Teruya.
Here.
Chair Ayla.
Aye.
Commissioner Kalekini, one more time. Okay, we'll note his when he joins. 8 members present. We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you, Leah. We will get to the agenda. Is Gigi on? Okay, Gigi, good morning.
Yes.
G1.
Good, Gigi. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Item G1, quarterly grant status update report. So no action required. The DHHL grants program consists of a total of $9 million worth of grants. $7.8 million comes from the state grant and aid funds from the legislature, and $1.4 million comes from the department trust funds, which is the Native Hawaiian Development Rehabilitation Fund, or NERF. We are currently administering 36 active grants, 29 nonprofit organization grantees. We have about 14 grant and aids that are currently active. We had to process several time extensions for GIAs. Last year, the Commission awarded 11 capacity building grants, new grants. So all of those were executed, and they started July 1st of this year. There was one grantee declined the award, Kalalea Anahola Farmers Hui. They declined their grant award. They also declined their regional plan grant award. So those funds, because they're NERF, they just go back to NERF. There is one grant, capacity building grant on Maui, the Ahuhui Aina Ho'opulapula O Waihuli. Their contract has not yet been executed since 2017. So we're trying to get that one nailed down. They've had compliance issues, and also their board has changed. And there hasn't been much activity with this association. But nevertheless, the Commission awarded a $5,000 grant to them 3 years ago, and we're trying to get it executed. Last year, the Commission also awarded regional plan grants. So all of those contracts were executed. And those started July 1. And then in regards to compliance issues, as of November 6th, 6 associations are out of compliance, but I did check on them this morning. Homestead Community Development Corporation, they are back in compliance, and Kailapa Community Association, they are back in compliance. Everybody else is still outstanding. This budget year, the commission approved a $1 million budget allocation for new grants. So we are offering 2 new grants, one specifically for COVID-19 relief projects, and also another round of regional plan grants. We conducted informational meetings virtually. We also loaded up the website with an informational presentation and all the necessary materials. The due date for the new grants is December 9. So we hope to, there seems to be a lot of interest, also interest from non-homestead associations. So it's good to see some interest with other partners. So we'll wait till December 9, the grant deadline, and then we hope to have the recommendations to you by the January commission meeting. That's about it. Any questions?
Yes, I do.
Zach?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, Gigi, on Exhibit A, the status report on the Kalamula Homestead Association, start date was 6/30/2020, and then they have it till 2024. It's for alternative energy. Is that correct, or is it they had $100,000 and there's a balance of $50,000? What is that balance going to be for? Do you know, Gigi?
Yes, it is for an alternative energy, for actually two facilities, Kiowa Park and Ho'olehua. So those 2 associations are splitting the funds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So they got up till the 20. They have up to 2024 to expend that funds, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now then you go down further. Molokai. It's a Kalamula Homestead Association Kiowa Park improvements. They were given $100,000 on 6/30/2020, and they have till 7/31/2024. They already spent 75,000. They have a balance of 25,000. Do you know what that $25,000 are going to be used for? Is that for the pavilion?
Yeah, I believe it's for the interior. So kitchen equipment, finishing in interior. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you very much, Gigi.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Zach. Randy, you have your hand up? And then Patty.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So, Gigi, so I'm looking at the Ahuhui Aina Ho'opulupula o Waiahuli. And so it looks, you mentioned they're in non-compliance. Is that correct?
Yes, they've been out of compliance for more than a year.
Okay. And
then when I spoke with them the other day, they did not realize that they were out of compliance.
Wow. So, okay.
Yeah, so it's gonna have to, baby steps.
Okay. So typically, what is the process when it becomes this kind of situation? What is the process for the department to keep the grant whole and keep the association moving forward?
Well, the good news is because this is NERF funds, so it's not state funds. We can hang on to this for as long as we want. And our general feeling is, the association went through the trouble to apply and got awarded. So let's do what we can to help them execute, the grant. Now, I know in this case, we had some trouble with, getting a contact person. And, we tried again last year, and then we tried again, just a few weeks ago. So I'm just going to, put a note in my inbox that once a month I'm going to have to call them and bug them. Yeah, the $5,000 grant, what I like about it is it's a good practice ground for any association. So we do tend to be more lenient in letting it, let them try and work it out. And in most cases, it does work out. And in fact, I had two other similar situation, and they finally got it together. So it takes a matter of time, and again, it goes back to an active board. Even the contact person I talked to, she was discouraged as well that she doesn't feel she has partners in her association to move along this grant. So that's hard. That's an internal, within the community to, find people that can carry it through.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. And Ka'ohana o Kahiki Nui, I'm looking at their fog drip catchment system. The end date is December 12/31 of this year. And I know that's been a struggle for them to get off the ground. Do you know what the current status is on that project?
They haven't moved. I'm processing I had a long talk with them, so we had to amend their scope and amend their time.
Mhm.
I guess they recently, commission had approved the ROE for them. So we're waiting on the ROE to be finalized. There's also supposed to be the Chapter 343 exemption. So they got to shore up their due diligence before they can purchase and install the fog drip system. So even though we've released $70,000 out of the 100,000, they haven't spent anything because they're still working on the due diligence.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Randy. Patty, and then Mike.
PG? Aloha.
Yes.
Okay,
Aloha.
hi, how are you? Thank you. I wanted to ask you some clarification. You made a statement in saying that the NERF fund is not a state fund. Is that correct? The Native Hawaiian Rehabilitation Fund, is that not a state fund?
Correct.
Okay, so there's no timeline of any lapse fund because I know the state level, they have timeline guidelines year to year on lapse funds. So when you distribute grants and funds out to organizations, do they have a timeline or a lapse period of these money to get to them to spend it in a timely factor?
No.
No.
Yes, she said
Yes.
yes. There's
You said yes?
there's an internal deadline. However, because the funds don't lapse like state
Yeah.
funds,
Yeah.
we have the flexibility, and as long as the association is actively working to resolve the issue, then we can extend it a little bit further.
Okay, so it's department's discretion to extend the what you call the grant further, if it's not used in a timely factor.
If it's coming from the NERF fund, if it's a GIA fund from the legislature, then
Okay,
that's gonna lapse and that money would run out if they're not complying.
exactly. So my yesterday's question, Andrew, I see you online again because I need to clarify and feel comfortable about my question. Was in your budget submittal for 21-23. I see that on the rehabilitation projects, and then it's sufficient sum budget. You have listed down again the Kanahili Park development, and you're requesting a CIP project money for 300,000. Is that a state fund or NERF fund? Where does the funds come from with this request?
I think, Commissioner, you're referring to the Department Sufficient Sums budget request that was presented to the Commission, which originated from the 2018 Puvalu, which was a meeting of all the association members, and they broke out by island and they identified potential projects that the department could request sufficient sums from the legislature. So under this budget, this would be a CIP request from the department to the legislature for this project. Whether or not it gets funded, it has to go through two more steps. One, the governor's office, the Office of Budget and Finance, would have to approve the department's sufficient sums request. And then secondly, the legislature would have to act on the governor's request. So if it did go through, it would be a CIP request. It would be CIP monies to the department.
And I'm not against the project, trust me, but I think I'm against the position that I think I made in last year's meeting supporting the Kanahili Park. But now, if it is a legislation CIP project funds, then that park cannot be named as a private park. It is taxpayers' money, so that's something internally that the department has to look at. That how can we receive CIP 300,000 on a park and then call it a private park? I'm kind of lost on that.
Okay, Patty, I think we have.
If I can just clarify, when we're dealing with the sufficient sums budget, the Puvalu projects, those are not projects that are considered departmental projects. What the commitment is, because those projects were identified by community leaders through the Puvalu process, our only commitment to that list of projects is to articulate to the governor that under Purpose 3 rehabilitation projects, these were the priorities of the various community associations and leaders. And we commit to bring that list to the legislature. That's the extent of our advocacy for those projects. It then is upon each of the associations or communities to advocate for those projects at the legislature. If the legislature decides that it would be funded through a CIP, then that becomes a different discussion as to the implementation of that project under that rehabilitation. So I just wanted to distinguish that from the Purpose 1 ask, which is the lots, or the rehabilitation, the Purpose 4, which is the repair and maintenance, which are the department's request on behalf of the program.
Okay, I'll research further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mike, and then Pauline. Thanks, Pat.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Sorry for calling in late. And I missed a little bit of what you were sharing, Gigi, but if I am repetitive, please bear with me. I have a request with regards to the grant status report, Hawaii Island, for the Panaeva Community Alliance. We take a look at that one. And the project description is a Kamoleao Cultural Resource Center, planning and design. I'd like to request if there's any documents related to the 2018 Puvalu. I don't know if there's like a report or summary of the discussions among the leadership, and I'd like to understand that. In addition, so the total grant for this particular project was $150K, and there's a balance of 75. So in this request of mine, please explain what has been done so far for the 75K? I'd like to understand that. And lastly, it says in the status that non-compliant, I think I might know what that is for, but could you just explain to me why the status is HCE not compliant?
Yeah, so for any DHHL grants, the grantee has to be in compliance with Hawaii Compliance Express. Because it's a state contract form, every vendor is required to be in compliance. So HCE is the consolidated certificate system. So it pulls together the state tax, federal tax clearance, Department of Labor, and Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs good standing. We cannot execute any grants or make payments if at any time a grantee is out of compliance. So that's why I started providing this information, because there's always kind of a handful that that are out of compliance at some point. But it is a state requirement, it's state law. We are required to have the certificate at time of payment and final payment. So Pane'ewa is one of those. They've not really spent, even though we released the initial amount, they've really not spent a lot of money right now, because they were still doing their master planning and due diligence. And I do not anticipate they're gonna be spending any funds anytime soon. So the main thing with Pane'ewa is they just got to get themselves back in compliance. And we're processing a time extension for them too, because their grant ends December of this year.
Thank you, Gigi. Yeah, so I'll keep in touch with you and Chair about getting the information. Yeah, and part of it, you said they have not spent much, but you get the total 150K and the balance is 75. So if you can explain what the 75K was towards, that would be helpful. And also, I'd like to request, what was the last communications between yourself or anyone from the department with regards to being out of compliance? I think that'll be helpful, so we can try to get the Community Alliance back on track, because I've been to a few association meetings, and this is something that I know that a lot of the residents are very much interested in pursuing, this Cultural Resource Center, Kamoleao. So appreciate it, and thank you for the feedback.
Okay.
Okay, and maybe, Gigi, it might be good to provide Commissioner Kalekini with a copy of the grant. That might be very helpful. Okay, Pauline?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Gigi, I just have a question on Papakolea. And we had worked together, I think, on both of these statuses. And is it true that the Papakolea Community Development Corporation declined the $5,000?
Yes.
That's still the status? Okay.
Yeah, they declined, and so we wrote them a letter back confirming they declined. So we are we closed out that grant.
Okay, and then the other one, the grant expired and the HCE is expired. So did that close out this particular one, the Papakolea Hawaiian Civic Club?
I'm gonna have to check with the AGs on that one.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because we do need to close it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the grantee had indicated they didn't even want the balance, and they feel that they completed the grant and they're done. So we just need to proceed to close it out.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you, Pauline. Other commissioners? Randy, get your hand up again.
Yes, so Gigi, so my question is, when we're talking about non-compliance, and as a result of non-compliance, I can appreciate what the department tries to do is to continue working with associations, recognizing that they have inherent challenges that requires additional help. But my question is, at a certain point, is there a point of no return where the department has to make a determination that maybe we can use these funds elsewhere and distribute that to other associations who continue to be in need and have an interest in accessing those funds?
Yes. Yes. I mean, we've really only had this one situation, the one on Maui, that's been dragging on for so long. And you're right. Well, once the commission awards it, it's tied up to that one grant, that grantee. So after 3 years, you know, if they're still struggling and they don't no longer want the grant, we could sure use that NERF fund back.
Yeah.
To re-award to another. Yep. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, because you know, I'm just thinking of besides nudging associations, is what do we do to incentivize them to be more creative, to be more what's the word I'm looking for? Demonstrate more initiative in spending the monies that have been awarded to them for their benefit. So, okay, that was my question.
Okay, thank you, Randy. Any other commissioners? I don't
Chair.
see any hands up. Yes,
Chair.
Zachary.
Yeah, this is to Gigi. Gigi, do you require like a quarterly or semi-annually like a expenditure report from each association to see how they're spending these grant funds? Or is that not required?
Yes. There is a quarterly report. And as many of you know, that too, just like compliance issues, quarterly reports are a struggle trying to get. So one of the new things we did a couple years ago is if you are behind or have delinquent reports, you're not eligible for new grants. So that seems to have caught the attention of most associations. But there's still always the handful of, you know, we don't get the reports. So it's challenging to understand what, you know, what they've accomplished or what some of their challenges are in implementing their grant. But yes, there is a report requirement.
Okay, so Gigi, the grants that are awarded to these associations, are there restrictions as to how you're supposed to be spending these funds? And if would you notify them if there's a red flag if they?
Oh yes.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
All the
You know, I
time.
mean, yeah, okay, because if they're not supposed to be spending this particular funds for a certain work, you know, I'm just.
I even had a grantee flat out tell me they didn't do the work. So I asked them, what did you spend the money on?
Okay, that's good. It's good to know for me, you know, I mean, so in case somebody complains to me, then I can go and follow up. Okay, thanks, Gigi.
Okay, David?
Thank you, Chair. Gigi, what percentage of the associations are behind in their quarterly reports? And I'm just asking because I'm wondering if it would be helpful to note it in your status report. As far I see that we cite the HCE is not compliant, but we haven't noted whether or not they are up to date on their quarterly reports. And I'm not sure how we would use that information, but it might be helpful if the commissioners run into people from those associations to kind of remind them in some way.
It's actually we've been getting it down. I I think it's less than, I want to say less than 20%. Ever since we started this new rule of you're not eligible unless you submit your reports, so people seem to be paying attention. So we're down to like a handful. Like Kailapa is one of them. I the quarter ended September, and it's now November, and I have nothing. So there's really a handful at this point. But
Okay.
yeah, that's a good idea. I can make a note of outstanding reports.
Yeah, and I can check with them as well and see perhaps they're having some issues in getting that out. Thank you.
Okay. Dennis.
Yes, Gigi, yeah, just a question on the restriction, not being able to put in for grants because they haven't been turning in reports. How long is that restriction for?
Oh, so the rule is if they submit all their reports before the grant deadline and they're caught up, then they should be fine. But if they miss this deadline coming up December 9, if they miss that one and they happen to submit a new grant application, we're gonna deny it.
Okay.
So it's
Okay,
always at the time of the due date.
Okay, all right, that makes sense, because I'm hearing from people that I assume would be qualified for grants saying that we're not qualified. No, as I see their name out here, I know why. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Any other commissioners before we move on? Okay, if not, Gigi and Andrew, thank you for your presentation this morning. We're going to take a short break to allow for the loading of the update on Uluke Kukui. So we'll take a 5-minute break and then 5-minute recess and then come back into session.
It's not Uluku.
Kali, are you doing the presentation or is it a team effort?
Yes. It's a team effort, Bill.
All right. Want to introduce your team first and then go into the presentation?
Sure. First of all, I'd like to say good morning to Chairman Isla and members of the commission. My name is Kali Watson. I'm the president and CEO of Hawaiian Community Development Board. Along with myself, other members of the development team include Patty Barbie, who is our vice president for HCDB, also her daughter, Alicia. And then my partner, Chris Flaherty with Kenna Development, LLC, along with his son, Keegan Flaherty. So that's basically our development team. I wanted to, for the benefit of some of the new commissioners, is to give a little bit of background on our Hawaiian Community Development Board. It's a 20-year affordable housing development nonprofit that has a board made up of Native Hawaiians. The majority of them are homesteaders. So obviously the attitude and mentality of this board is real pro trying to help DHHL's program. We've done a bunch of projects, about 13 current and just finished projects. I guess the key ones related to DHHL would be the first one, which is the Halemakana Nanakuli, which Patty mentioned. That's something we built in 2013. It's a 48-unit project, which is located in Nanakuli, in the homesteading on DHHL land. We funded that using affordable housing tax credits of $14.5 million, which made it possible. We didn't use any DHHL money. That particular project is part of the Nanakuli Village Center, which is, includes, besides the housing, a Kalanaho'okahi Learning Center by Kamehameha Schools, along with some commercial and medical clinics in the front. I have to say that this particular project, the Nanakuli Village Center, especially the commercial portion with the medical clinics, would not have been possible without the participation of my partner. So I'd like to introduce Chris Flaherty. Chris, can you say a few words?
Yes, thank you, Cully, and thank you, Chair Isla and commissioners. The Nanakuli Village Center was a very just really honored to have worked on that project. I think it's great for the homestead community, and I think it's great for the community as a whole. We hope to replicate that in the future on other DHHL properties, and currently working with Cully's been a great joy. And we seem to think along the same lines of trying to improve the communities in which Cully's worked in and which we believe in. And we're excited about this project and looking forward to do the same thing on Ulike Kukui as well. Thank you, Cully.
Yeah, besides Nanakuli Village Center, one of the other projects that we currently have under construction is, and again, the focus has been the leeward side, because there's such a high percentage and population of Native Hawaiians. So the board instructed, let's focus on the leeward side. This is another project, the Halemakana Omaili, which is a 52-unit affordable housing project. We raised about 22 million, again, in low-income housing tax credits, and we got a city subsidy of about $3 million to make this project work. This project will be completed this month, and we hope to have 52 families in and celebrating by the time Christmas rolls around at the end of this year. This project is right down the street from the Ulu Kekukui project. So again, this is something that we moved forward on. The next project is a project that's right across the street from the Bolodrome, across the park. This one is a $31.4 million low-income housing tax credit project. It involves 105 units, studios, and 1 bedrooms for kupuna. And this particular project, we hope to start construction early next year. I provided, I believe the commissioners have a copy of the executive summary that kind of lays out the status and some of the background on this Halemakana or Uluvehi. I just wanted to add, from a historical standpoint, this project started about 13 years ago under the Governor Linda Lingo administration, while Kawana Park was the director of DHHL. And at that time, the governor issued an emergency proclamation, and she did a bunch of projects on the Leeward Coast, which this was one of them. This project, through pro bono help from Stanford Carr and others, they were able to build this transitional shelter that focused on homeless. They got a 10-year lease from DHHL to do the project with an option for another 10 years. At the time, the commission was considering that. There was some discussion, and I was actually in on that commission meeting where I was thinking, hey, this is DHHL property. It should be for the beneficiaries rather than non-Hawaiians. So I think the commission appropriately denied the extension, and that's why we're here today, to try and rehabilitate, renovate, and make it a usable project for the beneficiaries. I'd like to also emphasize that this is a really unique, first of its kind DHHL project to provide affordable rental units for beneficiaries on the wait list. What's nice about this project also is that it will convert a potentially deteriorating DHHL asset, which was losing money, into a performing asset at no real cost to the department. With our help, we're using free private tax equity and other government funding. The goal is to preserve this DHHL asset long-term, and more importantly, address the needs of the beneficiaries, which is to provide affordable housing to live in, as well as access to counseling so that they can prepare for DHHL ownership, home ownership. At this point, I'd like to call on Patty Barbie to get into more details on the project. Patty?
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chair Isla and Commissioners. My name is Patty Tankayo Barbie, and I've been working with Kali for almost 18 years now at HCDB. I'm originally from Molokai. I was raised on my great-grandfather's homestead in Ho'olehua, and I am also on the wait list for the island of Oahu. So with the combination of Kali's background and my experience living on a homestead and my perspective on being on the wait list, I feel that we can truly meet the needs and desires of our people while still understanding how to develop these projects and make them a reality. So this first photo is an aerial of the project, and it's currently called Ma'ili Land Transitional Housing, or Ulukekukui. The site includes 5 apartment buildings and 1 large administrative building on approximately 4.5 acres. Each building contains 8 small studios and 8 small 2-bedroom units, or a total of 16 units per building. So this is the existing floor plan of the units. And if you look at it, if you look on the left-hand side, it's really built for short-term transitional shelter. The current spaces are really small. It's not functional for long-term. There's no room for furniture. There's no closets, and there's no space for a bed in the studio. So this project is more than just renovating and updating. The buildings need to be repurposed and redesigned for function. So we hand selected WCIT as our architect, who is an award-winning local architectural firm. They have completed some of the most beautiful new construction and renovation projects in the state, which includes the International Marketplace and the Wai'ea in Kaka'ako. Our property management company is Mark Development, and we teamed with Hawaiian Community Assets and the Council of Native Hawaiian Advancement to be our service providers. And during the interim, Catholic Charities of Hawaii will continue to do their work. So we renamed this project Hale Makana o Uluwehi, and we want to bring life, energy, and beauty to the area. And Uluwehi means flourishing beautiful plants and flowers. So the goal of our project is to eliminate the stigma that is currently on the property because it's a homeless shelter. And we want to create a desirable option for those on the wait list. And we want to instill a sense of pride for the residents who live there and create stable, affordable rents, counseling, and learning opportunities to help prepare the tenants to qualify for homesteads when they become available. So in the interior, what we did was we combined the studio and the 2 bedrooms into a large 2-bedroom, 2-bath unit with generous living space. We're going to use color and material that's going to make the units modern and elegant and have a nice Hawaiian style and feel to the units. In the living room, we're going to install large glass doors to open the living room into a new lanai. We're going to move the entry door to create better use of space, and we're going to install air conditioning in each unit to provide cooling to beat the maili heat out there. For the kitchen, we're going to completely renovate and add new cabinets, countertops, new energy efficient appliances, and more counter space for dining area. In the bedrooms, we're going to add sufficient space for a bed and furniture, closet space, and we're going to have new flooring throughout the units. On the exterior, we're going to repaint, create outside storage for surfboards and bikes, and install energy efficient windows. On the grounds, we're going to install brand new landscaping throughout the project. We're going to install carports to help cool down the temperature in the parking lot. We're going to repair the parking lot and create new parking lot areas closer to the units so that we can avoid the families trailblazing to our brand new lawn and landscape. And if the budget provides, we're going to install a pool and a pavilion. So like our Hale Makana Nanakuli and Hale Makana Omaili, we also have a multi-purpose room for the residents to use for meeting, financial training, and other activities such as Tutu and Me, tax preparation, birthdays, and kids study hall. So all of the units are going to target families that are below 60% AMI. So if you look on the left-hand side, it shows the 30, 50, and 60% income live-ins. So on the right-hand side, that's our rents, and it's going to range from $688 to $1,317 per unit, which is below the average rent on the Leeward Coast. So I hope you guys are excited as I am about this project, and I will hand it back to Kali.
Yeah, with respect to the timing, I'm sorry?
I think it's just
with respect to the timing or schedule, right now we're awaiting and finding out whether or not we got the home funds from the city, which we hope to use to leverage and resubmit our HHFDC application in January, the middle of January next year. We need to combine that with some bond authorization. Then hopefully with the award of the 4% tax credits and bonds, we'll be able to start construction and hopefully complete it by October of 2022. Wanting to point out, just for, to give a little bit of information regarding the funding sources, which I think is real important for the commission to understand. These low-income housing tax credits are an excellent source for the creation of housing. When I was a director, we used it as part of the funding to build the whole Lima Lima project, which was 72 units in Kapolei, which have within the last couple of years converted to permanent homesteading. But it allowed us to access funding that would not otherwise be available, but by using this approach, this low-income housing tax credits. So when you look at the breakdown of the budget or sources, you can see that we also use the department's current assets at that site, which is existing buildings, to generate about $4 million in additional cost basis to increase the amount of revenues we could get in selling the tax credits. Now, if unfortunately the Rental Housing Trust Fund, which is typically the funding source that the state provides to fill in the gap when you try to fund these kind of projects, has not been made available. Hopefully that changes. But in this case, the first time we went in February of this year, it wasn't available. Plus, this being a renovation project, we weren't competitive. We did not win. So we're hopeful that we can get the 3.2 million in home funds go in, and with that additional funding, leverage it and go in January for a bond authorization as well as tax credits from HHFTC. Now, if we're not successful in getting the home funds or city funds, I'd like to throw out the idea to you as commissioners to consider making available the affordable housing credits. We have about 730 of those credits available, and then possibly the use of NAHAZA funds to fill that gap. But we're hopeful we'll get the home allocation. If so, then we'll go in and get this $18 million project started. We're now available for any questions you might have.
Okay, commissioners, any questions for Kali and his team?
Yes, Chair, I do.
Okay, go ahead, Zach.
Yeah, thanks, Patty, and thanks, Kali, for your presentation. Excellent. Yeah, are you planning on putting in photovoltaic or solar on these buildings?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
So
with this, with that in mind, for the because of this is a low-income housing, the electricity, is that included as part of the rental or is that separate?
Let Chris answer that question.
Chris, you want to answer that?
Yes. So typically there's a utility allowance granted to each unit. And so when we do put the solar on the project, we will supply solar to offset the common area usage, which is all of the, the pool, all of the common area office, and that will bring our operating costs down. But the utility allowance afforded to the tenants is in some instances not quite enough to make up 100% of their electrical utility costs, but it's a good portion of it. So I think the solar will help bring down the operating costs for the project as a whole, for the pool, the common area, office, and all that stuff. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Zachary. Patty?
Me? Aloha.
Aloha.
Can you hear me? Oh, okay. First of all, thank you, Mr. Chair, for putting this item on the agenda. This has been a year-to-year extension agenda. We all know that. And so formerly Ulukekekui. And formerly this whole project during Ulukekekui is very, very passionate to our community of the Waianae Coast. I need to make that statement. Secondly, to thank Chris to coming into the Waianae Coast, to looking at the vision of the people and to knowing that it is a community of poor minority, you have Hawaiians and other races, that housing is a priority need as far as food sustainability. The second thing I wanted to make mention is I don't use that property anymore. I used to do food bank on the premises, but it was too small with Catholic Charities. So there's no conflict. I just wanted to make sure that I express that. as it was stated last year, but I don't use that property anymore. I took the food bank distribution to another level. Um, as far as the, I have just a few questions. The pool, we kind of jealous because Halemakana Nanakuli don't have a pool. Oh my God. You know, that's I think that's a plus to see on DHHL land in Miley. And if everybody know why not, it's terribly hot there. You know, it's a farmer's village. You got Mikelua egg farm and it's so hot. So for those who have the pool, I mean, that is wonderful. The pool pavilion, you know, it's a sense of gathering place. I think it's a sense of feeling good about where you live too, and not just putting them in a little cubbyhole area. I know, Cully, you have your hands full. It is a building that I know that building, the deterioration, the work that you have to put into that building of renovating. I looked at your rental scales. I think it's comfortable to meet the needs of people who are going to be living there from $668. I don't think you can find any kind of rental scale like that in the Waianae Coast right now. It goes from 1,500 and up. And there's just several things. I think and I also like the vision that you put in by working with Native Hawaiian organizations, such as CNHA, Council of Native Hawaiian Advancement. They have developed their organization to build up capacity with Native Hawaiians. I'm also a member. They do a lot of things with Native Hawaiians. So to see organizations come into the development and to utilize administration building to help our people out there, I think it's an awesome, awesome setting, you know. And so Kohio and his team does such a great job. I know I had a lot of notes on here. My other last question, Mr. Chair, is that it's sad that it's going to see, I see that Catholic Charity is going to be there for another year to 2021. As your financing moves through, I see that 2022 will be kind of groundbreaking. Is that correct?
That's correct. The Catholic Charities, because of the COVID, was, I guess, provided additional funding. Fortunately for us, because of the delay in our funding, as an interim, I guess, manager or caretaker for the facility, they'll keep it up. They put in a bunch of money into the maintenance. More importantly, they continue to service the homeless out there, as well as run some of the programs that are well needed out there. So they're a good interim caretaker for the site. You're muted, Patty.
Looking at when was your Catholic Charities to be on the property while you transition, correct? Yeah. Can you hear me?
What was the question? I'm sorry, what was the question? You're muted again.
Okay, can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
So, okay, so there's another year of Catholic Charities to maintain the transitional shelter there. And then as you work through your finance, we look probably the ending of the year of 2021 that you should be breaking ground, right? And also to assure that these are rentals for beneficiaries on wait lists, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, okay. So other than that, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for having Kali here. You know, we are looking forward, even our neighborhood board level, to work with you on this project as we work with Halemakana Miley. It's a good project. I know that we're looking forward to December opening, and I think that the Miley community should be really fortunate to see affordable housing in their area. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Patty. And before we go to Dennis, I just want to thank you for the reminder about my commitment to having this on the November agenda, and apologies to Kali, who was surprised to see it not on the agenda. So thank my fellow commission members for taking the vote yesterday to have this update. Dennis?
Yes, Mr. Watson. On the okay, on the community center or the hall, can you put that slide back up?
Yes.
Possible.
Yes, one moment.
Well, if you can't, just maybe you could ask some question. What's the capacity of that hall?
To tell you the truth, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, my only comment would be that with it looks like there was a single restroom. If you're going to have any kind of function, you probably need at least two restrooms.
Yeah, we modeled it after our Hale Makana Onanakuli project, and it just has one restroom. And it's basically open space, and we have furniture that can be moved around and used for different purposes. So if you look on the bottom on the left-hand side, this is the normal setup. But then when there's a meeting, those all are put away in the closet, and then the tables come out for training and conference room type setup.
Yeah, my only concern, if you're going to have a conference, and like you said, you don't know the capacity. If you have quite a few folks there, and you know it's going to be more than a 15-minute break with everybody waiting in line for restrooms. So that was my only comment.
Okay.
Might want to consider that. Thank you.
Hearing that, I'm sure they're going to take a look at that. Other commissioners, questions for Kali or his team?
I have one last one.
Go ahead, Patty.
Oh, you're mute, Patty.
Question is for the department is that when we look at this project and we talked about the funding, the last part is, and if they don't meet their the end funding of this project, is there a discussion that this department will look at using NAHASA funds to help the development of this project to move forward? I'm just thinking out of the box. For one thing, I speak on behalf because I'd like to see this project move forward, and I'd like to see Hawaiian organizations work together to bring this kind of type of vision to our community. And I speak on behalf of the Waianae Coast and the beneficiaries there. So that's my question to you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, we could always consider the use of NAHASDA. However, recently with regards to rental projects, NAHASDA being used in a rental project is not as secure for the developers. So Kali and I have had this discussion that with NAHASDA comes a great risk of not being able to collect rental fees. So yes, we would take a look at any other sources of financing that is available. However, NAHASDA in particular is problematic when it comes to rentals. Okay.
I see. I see. Okay. And then, yeah. So can you hear me? And I know, Mr. Chair, you make every effort because you are a Waianae boy. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that vote of confidence.
It's a good day.
Okay. Any other questions from commission members?
No.
Okay, well, thank you very, very much, Kali, and the partners.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We wish you luck in getting the homes grant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mahalo.
Okay, we're going to go to agenda item D1 and then D3, which is the one that I believe Commissioner Kapu is waiting for.
Uh-oh, David. David.
I see Dean getting ready in the back. We'll take D13 right after D1. Go ahead. D1 is simple. Oh, hold on. Just Kim. Okay, sorry. All right. Commission members, D1 is status reports.
Good morning, commissioners. We have various reports for you. Do you have any questions with regards to any of the reports provided?
Yeah, no decision making, just status reports. I believe you all have them.
Yeah.
Okay, if there are no questions, then we'll move to agenda item D13.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. And we're putting up the PowerPoint. Okay, we have Dino Shiro coming to the table.
Good morning, Commissioners. Dino Shiro, Homestead Services Division, Loans Manager. I know you guys missed me, so Chairman made me come back this month.
I miss you, Dean.
Yeah, I know, specifically you, Commissioner. I hear you. I miss you too. Okay, Ms. Dort, it's not.
Just tell him.
Okay, go. Okay, so today we just, Chairman asked for me to do a workshop on loan products specifically. I know there's been concerns by the commissioners regarding the consent and the loan amounts, but let me just run through this for you folks and give you a background first. So the reason we, Homestead Services Division, comes to you for consents is because of Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, of course, Section 208. Very important section where any loan that is placed on a leasehold property for Hawaiian homelands the loan must be either federally guaranteed or federally insured or private mortgage insured. Any other product is not acceptable unless it's a department loan. But anything outside the department, these loans must be, again, federally insured, guaranteed, or with the use of private mortgage insurance. Okay. Also, the conditions of the lease, as the reason we come to you folks, as it states, the mortgages to be effective must be consented to and approved by you folks, the commission, and recorded with the department in our Homestead Services Division. So, oh, wait, one, two, maybe back one. Okay. Oh, no, now you went two back, right there. Okay, so if I was to talk about all of our different loan programs, I think you guys would be upset because we'd be here a day or maybe even 2 days. So just a real synopsis, real quick. We do, as you folks know, direct loans, and we provide advances pursuant to the Commission, Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. We are, at the department, restricted to 1/2 of the FHA county limit. And the next slide will show you what that is. We also guarantee loans. The department issues guarantee, again, for those agencies listed on the slide. Primarily, you folks are going to be familiar with the USDA RD loans and also VA loans. The others are done, but not on a large-scale basis as the, again, RD and Veterans Affair. The department also used to do conventional loans. And when I mean conventional loans, it was through agreements with American Savings Bank, Bank of Hawaii, and Hawaii National Bank. These were using private mortgage insurance. Again, the Act allows the use of private mortgage insurance, which brought along these three lenders under a previous administration. The department has individual MOUs with all of these entities to outline policies and procedures for these type of loans. The last one I'm going to talk about is HUD's 184A guaranteed and FHA 247 insured loans. Again, I'm going to make this clear. There's two programs under HUD, but different agencies, and one is a guaranteed loan by HUD, a 184 ONAP, and the other is an insured program, and they operate differently, and the rest of my PowerPoint will kind of go over that. But just to give you a real breakdown, our total portfolio in DHHL, we're talking about 4,800 plus loans, over $611 million. Again, we have roughly 10,000 lessees, so almost half of our lessees have a loan outstanding on their property. So the guidelines we go by, every year, HUD will come out with what their mortgage limit is. So as you can see, it goes by county: Hawaii County, Honolulu, Molokai, Kauai, and Maui. These guidelines, again, set by HUD, and pursuant to the Act, the department is restricted to lending only 1/2. Your FHA lenders, however, can go to these maximums. So some of the loans that have been coming through for consent, as Commissioner Ka'apu reviews is when you look at these rather large amounts, they're actually legal by FHA mortgage limits because they fall within that category. So first I'm going to talk about HUD 184A loans. This product created in May of 2006. Again, these loans are guaranteed by HUD ONAP, which is the Office of Native American Programs. And I'm going to use the word guaranteed because they are guaranteeing the loans, not DHHL. Okay, so Bank of Hawaii, Home Street, and Homebridge originate and service these 184A loans. Homebridge is an offshoot of Home Street Bank. When Home Street Bank went to sell some of their portfolio, what it did was break off, and a new division called Home Street was created, a separate company, and they took most of Home Street's employees who had the knowledge and ability, experience to do 184A loans. So, which is why you see them listed. Bank 2 and PennyMac, they only service 184A loans. Bank 2 was used primarily by Hawaii Community Assets when they were making loans, and PennyMac purchased a lot of Home Street's 184A loans when Home Street started liquidating its portfolio. And in this case, with the 184A loans, the lessee only pays a 1% guarantee fee for their loan. So the loan to value ratio is going to differ between this and the FHA. So if one was to purchase using the 184A, you only need a 2.25% down payment. As you can tell, they're financing 97.75. Cash out refinances is allowed up to 85% of the value, but is limited to $25,000. They are allowed, lessees are allowed to do debt consolidations under this product. The streamline and rate term refinances ratios are not applicable because there's no real monies being exhausted. Okay. So this is just a report of where the status looks like of where most of the loans are. Bank of Hawaii, Bank 2, again, Homebridge, because they're recently offshoot from Home Street. Home Street still has some. PennyMac has the most, again, right now because they bought a lot of Home Street Bank's loans. So what happens when it's defaulted? And this is where the part about liability and exposure comes into the department. So again, remembering that this loan is guaranteed by the federal government and not DHHL, if this loan is defaulted upon, the lender requests a demand for payment to HUD to honor the guarantee. HUD will then reassign the mortgage to DHHL for servicing or cancellation. So as of October, right now, we're servicing about 5 of these loans for about 1.4 million. So what happens is after the loan comes back to us, this is what the MOU states, and this is where the liability is either non-existent or could be existent for DHHL, because we have 1 year from the assignment of the mortgage to cancel the lease. If the lease is canceled, DHHL is only obligated to pay HUD the lesser of the balance or the appraised value. And again, we're using our trust funds. And we, DHHL, will then be reimbursed with the funds from the reawarding of the lease. So really, it's a wash. There's no contingent liability to DHHL. We will pay HUD. If the appraised value is $250,000, we will pay HUD $250. We reaward, we get $250. Net effect to DHHL, 0. However, if the lease is not canceled, we then have to repay HUD the entire amount that they paid to the lender and then any additional accrued interest and fees, which then becomes the deficiency balance, if any, at a later cancellation date, is DHHL's liability and exposure. Same example, if the appraisal is $250, the lease is not canceled, subsequently the loan goes bad, and all of a sudden now the value goes down or the loan amount goes higher because the lessee failed to pay. Any difference, the department is responsible for the deficiency. We will eat that. Okay. So now we switch to the FHA 247 insured loans. Again, these loans are insured by HUD, FHA, which is your Federal Housing Administration. Different from the 184A, the lessees will pay a 3.8% upfront insurance premium. There is no monthly insurance premium. If you are a fee simple owner in Hawaii and you use an FHA program, you will pay a one-time upfront. Well, of course, it's one time. You'll pay an upfront insurance premium right now, 1.7%, and then on top of that, you will be required to pay a monthly insurance premium anywhere from half to maybe 0.8%. DHHL lessees do not pay this monthly insurance. The loans are approved and serviced by participating lenders. Those participating lender is any FHA approved lender. These are not lenders approved by or consented to by DHHL. So again, how does this differ a little bit from the 184A? So you can see the purchase is 96.5, which is 3.5%, which is lower than the HUD 184A. So you would need more of a down payment. However, with your insurance premium, being financed, sometimes you will exceed the 100% of the loan to value ratio. You'll be financing more than what the home is worth. Cash out refinances are allowed up to 75% of the value of the home. However, debt consolidation is not allowed in this program. If a lessee decides to use all the funds of any refinance for home improvement, now they are allowed to go up to 85% of the loan value. Again, the caveat is that the proceeds of any existing excess amount existing the payoff got to be used for home repairs and renovations. And normally that a construction contract or things of that nature is required for an approval. And same like the other product, the streamlined rate term refinance LTV ratio is not applicable. Okay. So what does HUD's FHA report look like? Of course, this will be the largest one since it's been around for longer. You're looking at over 2,800 loans, almost $500 million in outstanding loans. Again, you look at the largest servicers we have, PennyMac Loan Services. Again, they bought a lot of loans from Home Street that Home Street sold off. Home Street still remains in a second position with the department's loans. And then you have Guild and Loan Carriers, some of the others who are starting to pick up some volume. So with the report of the delinquency, right now there's about 352 loans, almost 60 million. And you can see those guys who service the most also going to have the most loans that are delinquent. So what happens when a loan is defaulted? Again, there's a difference between this and the 184A program. So in this case, if a loan is defaulted upon, the servicing lender files an insurance claim with HUD. Again, I'm going to use this as an insurance, no different than if you have an automobile insurance claim. If your car is damaged, you got to go file a claim with your insurance provider. In this case, the lender has a default, they got to go file an insurance claim. In this case, they got to go file it with HUD. HUD reviews it, then if they approve it, after review, they'll reassign the mortgage to DHHL for servicing. Right now, we are servicing 157 of these so-called buyback loans, roughly $19 million, of which 125 are almost $17 million are over 180 days or more delinquent. So these are the cases you primarily see in contested case hearings. Okay. So how it's supposed to work. I know there's a lot of bubbles and lines. Shucks, I wish I had one pointer. Can you guys see this? Okay. The easiest way to explain this is in personal finance, you have a checking account and then you have a savings account. So this HUD, hopefully you guys can see my pointer. HUD, Hawaiian Homeland's mortgage insurance account is your checking account, is DHHL's checking account. Anytime a lessee makes a loan and they have to pay an insurance premium, that's where the money goes into this one account. There's your credits. Okay, so every time, every loan that's made using FHA 247, there's mortgage insurance premium, it funnels into this account. Same way when you pay your bills out of your personal checking account, there's a debit. So anytime there's a claim made, HUD will use the monies in their checking account to pay the claim and pay the lender, which is all fine and dandy if your checking account, if your income is more than your expenses, right? Because then you'll build up cash in your checking account. So what happens when these monies go out? Well, because HUD cannot cancel a lease and foreclose upon a property, that's why your loans are reassigned to the department. The department is supposed to then process with the commission, cancel the lease, resell the home, and whatever value it recoups, you're supposed to put in this savings account. And now why is this savings account important? Because if our checking account goes overdrawn and gets below the balance, and currently our limit is $2 million, and it's like your regular checking account. You don't want to get service charge, you got to keep a minimum balance. Our minimum is $2 million. What happens if we fall? we're supposed to put money from our savings, transfer to our checking, and meet HUD's requirements. Okay, and that's how this product is supposed to really work. In the FHA fee simple world, HUD has this account, so they put in the premiums, they collect the one-time fee, they collect the monthly. If a loan goes bad in the FHA fee simple world, they will pay the lender. Of course, there's no this part about DHHL. In the real world, with FHA world, FHA is responsible to liquidate the property, and then they will be reimbursed. And if we just found out if there's any net proceeds, what we call net proceeds, we have to pay it to the former lessee. HUD, FHA gets to keep those proceeds, and they just put it back in their account, in their insurance account. So that's the primary difference between our two products where we're seeing is the 184, again, which is a guaranteed product, really limited, minimal exposure to the department if it's done the way it was intended. And the HUD FHA account, right now, this account is ballooning because HUD has a moratorium on claims. So as you know, the interest rate environment is very favorable to our lessees. So there's a lot of in the lessees refinancing. You can tell from the consent submittal. So there's a lot of money going in here and really nothing coming out. But once this, their moratorium probably ends, we're going to see a whole lot of accounts and loans, excuse me, being funneled out and then being reassigned to the department, which will then eventually, in most cases, come to you folks for a contested case hearing. Okay. And that's how the gist of the product is normally set up for, and it's supposed to work.
Okay, Dean, before I open it up for commission members, can you define a whole lot of?
A lot of loans?
Well, percentage-wise, what do you expect?
Well, again, the delinquency rate that the HUD report was 12.5. We've been averaging roughly 2 to 3 loans being reassigned back to the department per month. So they haven't done any within the last 10, 11 months. So expectations, we could probably be in the neighborhood of 20 plus. Again, because they're just holding off. They're not reviewing any defaulted claims.
Okay. Okay. Questions from commissioners?
Okay, thank you. See you guys next month.
It's too easy. Hang on. I'm waiting for David's hand to go up.
I was waiting for someone else's hand to go first.
I've got a question.
Mm-hmm. All right, Dennis.
Yeah, you know, you mentioned under 184A buyback on the sheet here, it says, however, if the lease is not canceled, DHH shall repay to HUD entire amount. And you mentioned that there's a deficiency and balance becomes a liability for the department. Do we know what that liability is now?
No, we don't, because of the loans that we're servicing. We would have probably an estimate, but that estimate would be based on what the balance is today and what the appraisal was done when the loan was originated. Because we don't do an appraisal when the loan is brought back to the department. So there's going to be a difference in timing mechanism of when the loan was approved and the loan coming back to the department.
Okay, so, but is there some kind of an idea of a ballpark figure or what that liability would be?
We would have to go back to each individual loan and probably take a look at it.
And how many loans is that?
Right now, again, what we're servicing is the 5 for the 184A.
The 5, okay.
Yes.
Just trying to find out what the liability is now if we had that figure. Just get an idea.
Right. So we're also trying to figure out a way when we come to a contested case hearing with 184A accounts, how to try to incorporate that into the information provided to you folks at that time, so you understand the potential exposure to the department when you make decisions.
Yeah, and that was my follow-up question is how can we get that information? So because you know we're always trying. I mean we're here to try to help the beneficiary, but if we understand that it's going to affect, you know, our liability, we have to take that into consideration as well. Right. So the more information, I mean, every time somebody says, "Oh, it's 184," okay, 184. What was 184? 247. I'm like, you know, the marble's going slow. There's a lot of clouds in there. Is maybe to somehow in maybe the written request is say, okay, remember there's a 184, there is some liability, this is the possibility of liability, and okay, you guys make your decision. It just get more information we have, it's easier to make a educated decision. Okay. Thank you.
Well, I hear you. Yes, and it should be done in the presentation when the contested case hearing is brought to you folks.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. David and then Randy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dean. I think this was very helpful to hear your presentation. Just a quick question. So we know what's in on the 247, FHA 247, we have an estimate of what's in the checking account, which is $2 million.
No, that's the minimum. That's the minimum. That's just the minimum.
Oh, that's a minimum. So we don't know what's in
current. Right now, we get monthly reports. Their HUD's a little behind, but it's about 8 million right now.
Oh, 8 million. Okay.
Yes.
So what is in the savings account?
That I'm sorry, I don't have the answer. That's a fiscal ASO question. They're holding that account.
Okay, so the
I get one
potential
expert.
liability.
I get my backup.
So the reserve that the department holds for the FHA 247 and generally these is right now is approximately $10 million. In addition, in the fiscal office, for those mortgages that are FHA buybacks, our accountant is actually setting aside the principal payments so that we rebuild that that savings account that Dean talks about. We do need to, one of the audit findings that the department was deficient that we do need to get back to is establishing a methodology to evaluate the size of these reserve accounts and the risk tolerance of the commission. It's not easy because these accounts are, these programs are very, very unique. And the other factor is the mortgage insurance premium for the FHA 247 program. There's never been an actuarial study done by HUD to measure the appropriate level of the mortgage insurance premium. So that was established way back when the program was first set up. So those are the, on HUD side, but also for our side to be a little bit more systematic in the size of the reserves, given the growing portfolio that we have moving, as we move forward.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to figure out how we make a rational decision as to our risk tolerance unless we have an understanding of what's out there. You know what I mean? So, I mean, 8 million, 10 million, it sounds like there's plenty of funds, but what are we putting aside in reserves right now? Do you know? That
is the reserves.
That's our own reserves.
That's our reserves. Is the 10 million is what we've had in reserves. In addition to that, which I don't have what the balances are of the principal repayments of the existing buybacks that we've gotten. Where it's challenging with the FHA 247 portfolio is the loan to value ratios are so high that if the market takes a dip, the risk to because the asset is what is the main, I guess, loss mitigation effect, right, is the asset itself, as compared to our direct portfolio where the loan levels are limited or capped at 1/2 of FHA max. So it's a relatively, although the underwriting for the direct portfolio is a lot, there's a lot more flexibility in terms of the level of risk on the borrower side, right? So the challenge for us is the complexity of the programs make it hard to identify the appropriate expertise to advise the commission and the staff as to what the reserves actually should be at. Are we over reserved? Are we under reserved? we're just basing it on the experience of the department and allocating against all of the resources that we have, just making sure we've got, but it's never gone through a rigorous, actuarial, given the experience and default, yada, yada, yada. And it's really hard to find what kind of expertise we should procure to assist us.
Well,
So
I do know that the banks, after the 2008 and the credit unions, they had to go through this whole shock treatment where they had to run all of these different scenarios, but that's because they have regulators, right, that manage, that tell them you're going to have to secure that. Do we have a similar regulator that would check our reserves, or? We
do not, and so that's been one of the, as I'm sure you understand, there's so much that hits our staff that we're generalists, but not necessarily specialists. So it'd be helpful to get some guidance.
Yeah.
Would a bank regulator be an appropriate type of expertise? Are there individuals we could approach to, assist us in guiding us through this process to evaluate and review the methodologies and, all of those, because that was an audit finding. I think it was a fair criticism of the department at the time, and it's an outstanding audit finding because we haven't been able to find or secure the appropriate expertise to assist us.
Yeah, that's helpful, and I'm just wondering how we find that. The good news is interest rates, it looks like they're going to stay low for a while, and values keep going up, right? Especially on so we're not going to get the rate shock that I think was kind of contemplated, that interest rates would all of a sudden go up and then values, because people got to get out, right, are going to drop just because there's fire sales. But I think it's very important for the commission to have a good understanding of what we're looking at as far as reserves, so we can make good decisions. But I appreciate the effort in making this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Randy?
Yeah, okay, so mahalo, Dean, for the presentation. A lot of information. I'm doing my best to try to keep up, but I'm not sure if this question was already asked, but I'm trying to get to a bottom line figure. So I'm wondering, what is the projected liability to the department once all of these defaulted loans begin to show up?
The projected is difficult to say, because if you're talking the FHA portfolio, again, as my slide showed, the money will come out of the account that's currently sitting at $8 million. So as long as the amounts taken out are, keep our balance above 2 million, there's really no repercussion to the department at that point. Now, if the defaulted loans exceed, again, what's in our so-called checking account balance, yes, then what's going to happen is all these loans are going to come back to the department. We're going to end up working with them, but then HUD is going to start asking the department and the chairman for funds from the reserve account to replenish that so-called checking account. So a liability really doesn't come into play until the commission decides whether these lease, each individual lease is to be canceled or not.
And then Randy, the asset, if it's neutral or not too below market, would then be reassigned to another lessee who would qualify, and of course then the value of that asset would be added back into the savings account, correct?
Correct, that is correct, right. So wash it.
Okay, thank you.
Dennis?
Yes, Dean, so another question along the lines of the 184 buyback loans. So we have a loan that has been kicked back to us through HUD, okay? So we have a year to remedy that, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so those are most likely coming to the commission to cancel.
Yes.
Under a contested case. So if we come up, I just want to make sure that our decisions that we're making are not harming the system, but helping the system. So if we come up with a remedy, as we do on most of our contested cases, does that year now extend because we have a remedy?
No, it doesn't.
So you still got the clock's still running.
Yes, sir. So if we
at
do
the end
not
of that year, no matter what we've agreed upon, that loan's coming back.
That loan is back. The decision is then brought to the commission whether to cancel or not. And if it's the not is the decision not to cancel, the DHHL, our loan staffs will start servicing the loan, and it's as if it's in our portfolio. We then have to make the payment to HUD in its entirety.
Okay, so by the time it gets to us, we're already at the year.
No. So the year starts when the loan comes back to us.
Oh, okay.
Right? So when it comes back to us, we start the clock, and that's when the department asks the commission to authorize a contested case hearing. As you folks know, then it has to be done in front of a hearing officer on island, and then brought to your folks after that. So that's why it was felt a year was fair enough to get a contested case hearing in front of the commission.
Okay, so let's say hypothetically we have an issue that comes to us, it goes through contested case, we have a recommendation to cancel, and we're 6 months down the road. We've got some of our decision may be, what can we do within 6 months? Would that be reasonable?
Again, it just depends upon the maturity date of the 1 year of assignment, right? So the assignment of mortgage documents are all included in a contested case, and that's what starts the clock.
Right.
HUD has been flexible, though, sir.
That's good to know, because that's more information. Okay, that's more information, because our decisions may be, well, let's give you this and let's stretch it out to X, when we may be able to say, let's stretch it out to this date so we get the loan resolved within the year period, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and that's fine. So if the decision by the commission is to keep the loan, it'll be staying in DHH's portfolio, and it becomes our loan to service at that point.
I see. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
And Dennis, that was for 184A, right? Not the 247.
Correct.
So.
Correct.
Okay, Michael? You're on mute, Mike.
Got it. Thank you, Chair. Mahalo, Dean, for all that information. That's a lot of information. I'm glad this is the short workshop. So I have a question. It may not be directly with all the information you shared, but I just wanted to refresh my understanding. You know, we had the situation in Waihole. Person wanted to convert. What's the correlation between HUD 184 and FHA in that situation?
That's the Balaro.
Yeah, we're still waiting for one.
Yeah.
Yes, you saw.
Oh, we're still waiting for ONAP, Office of Native American Programs, to make a final decision on whether they'll allow the 184A program on agricultural and pastoral lots.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you. That refreshes my memory. Thank you.
And that would be statewide, and that would benefit all of those lessees, as well as lessees that would be assigned subsistence ag lots. So that's, if we're able to get this, that's a good change. It's a big change.
Nice. Okay.
And I also appreciate you your reference to how complicated this one issue is, and then you add that to all the other issues that you've been exposed to in this past 2 days, and then you appreciate commissioners coming back to the next meeting every time. So thank you, guys.
Oh, wow.
And there's more to come today, too.
Yeah. We're not done.
Thank you, Dean.
I am. Thank you.
Thanks, Dean.
And speaking of complex, we're now going to go to agenda item F2.
gosh.
just for some additional input from the commission in terms of suggestions, recommendations, so that we can come back next month.
Okay.
So we have Kahana and Joby.
Hello, Commissioners. Kahana Albino, Acting Administrator, Land Management Division. Again, this item F2, I know there was a lot of good feedback and input from you guys. We just wanted to put it on the table, and for the record, we understand that we need to bring it back, I believe, next month. Given the input you guys have provided. Joby, if you have anything else?
Yeah, so, you know, per Jason's guidance, we just thought it would be good, to ask Chair to allow us to just call the item. We're not going to make a recommendation as to a motion, but we did want to gather the input of the commission for those commissioners that wanted to provide further feedback to us, and then Kahana and myself and probably Deputy will sharpen our pens and try again next month.
Okay, David has his hand up.
I'm sorry. I did stay up late last night and got up early this morning to add my comments, and I did write them down. I should have just typed them in and I could have sent them. But so I want to go back to the slide for the RP pilot program. And I do want to say that the phase 1 application, the phase 1 scoring criteria, and the phase 2 parcel list, I think this part is, where you have those 3 arrows, and yep. I don't know where you're at, but I mean, I think that is just spot on. I mean, that's exactly what we want to do. And so when you look at, and what we're trying to get to is a methodology that reflects the commission's priorities. And so all of those, I think, are absolutely fine. So if you go to the criteria scoring guide,
yep.
So under A, yep. And I'm just going through this. So, proof of work in such capacity that will demonstrate knowledge and/or experience in the specific field area of use as proposed in the state of Hawaii for not let. So this part, and hearing Dennis's concern, I about in the state of Hawaii, I agree that perhaps we should think about taking that out, because really you're looking for, does the applicant have the capacity in that area, right? So that they have the experience to make sure that if they do get the RP, that they'll be successful. So the part that I had a problem is the next sentence, which is the best. This is best established by submittal of a business personal resume and/or tax return. So I would like to suggest that they got to give us the proposed use in order to get to the proof of work, right, in such capacity that will demonstrate knowledge. So I'd like for them to in their application give us their proposed use and business plan, right, that demonstrates likelihood of success, and then proof of work in such capacity that will demonstrate knowledge and experience in the specific field or area, and take out state of Hawaii for not less than 2 of the last 5 years. And so I guess question is 2 years enough? Maybe. I guess that as a minimum. And then as far as what proof that we want, I guess we want the, and I guess it's kind of covered, but their experience in conducting the proposed business. And then the other thing that I thought maybe we can discuss, and all of these are just for discussion. It's not anything that we have to do. But I'd like to know what their proposed investment in the business is going to be, and perhaps in the property. And so that takes me to another point, because when you think about this from a broad perspective, we kind of have three buckets, right? So there's the commercial property that people can run a business. There's the industrial property where it's a different type of a use. It's more of an industrial use. And then we have ag. Actually, we have four, because we have the caretaking, right? So I'm thinking of like Hilo, you got that strip in front of the gas station that people only do landscaping on.
Correct.
And so, you know, we kind of have four buckets for that. And so I think, you know, some of the questions, for example, for ag, might be a little different than they would be for commercial or industrial use, because that's where you're going to generate, or where we're going to generate revenue. So as far as the next one is proof of current certificate of good standing. I don't think that's necessary. But the next one, I think, the proof of history. So, but I think we don't want to limit them to just being to their history as a tenant. But we also perhaps want to look at their mortgage payment history if they've had a mortgage, because that tells us a lot about whether or not they can make their payments on a regular basis. And so I think a lot of this is going to be, rather than having the points as predetermined, like we had 1 year of tax returns is 5 points and 2 years is 10 points. Maybe it just should be a sliding scale of 0 to 20 points or 0 to 10 points that then the committee that's reviewing this can assign points for their review of what has been submitted, right? Rather than saying, oh, if you hand this in, because the handing of it in doesn't necessarily mean we're going to like what we see. So I think it should be more of a analysis by the committee as far as what is the quality of what they have submitted, so that we leave that to the committee to make that determination in weighting each applicant. And then I think the other one that we should add in is a current credit score and credit report. And so I've broken that down into two subcategories. So one is a traditional credit report that most people can get. But I also understand, and we've had contested cases where lessees have viable businesses, but those businesses operate pretty much on a cash basis. So these people make a lot of money, but for whatever reason, they don't report it, and they don't file their tax returns. They probably don't file a GE tax return, and so for people in that category, I don't necessarily think that they would make a bad tenant. I think we have to, I think if we have a beneficiary in that situation, I think what we do is we can put criteria if they're awarded the RP, that then they have to submit, you know, their GET, they have to file their tax returns as a condition of the RP. But if they're unable to secure the traditional credit report, I think we should have some room in there to look at non-traditional, like a non-traditional credit report, which takes a little bit more work by the committee, but that could include, you know, because a lot of these people might be self-employed, So some, and you have some of that in here, which is, professional references or trade references that, that can be checked and then as far as, what kind of work did they do? How much work did they do for you? How much money do they make from you? But then look at other things like past rental history, and what and looking at evidence of their effective income over the past couple of years if they don't have the traditional general excise tax. So, I think for most applicants, they're going to have the GE, so you can see what they've made. They'll have their tax returns. You can get a credit report and a credit score in them, which tells you, how they pay their bills in the past. And then the other thing I think we should ask for is maybe, and work in somewhere here, and I'm still in part A, is like the proof of funds, so that they can demonstrate that so for their investment into the business or the investment into the property, they show the department that they have proof of funds to do that, plus the proof of funds to make the deposit and the the deposit in the first month's rent. And then the second category is, if I scroll down some more, and I think their understanding of 343 is probably not relevant for most of them. So I don't know that I would put that in. I did have a question. So on the rent, are we expecting the applicants to, we list an upset rent, so like we say $1,000. Do they have the ability to bid on that?
We can set that any way the commission would like. So the discussion yesterday, right, was do you give additional points for bidding more than the upset rent? I think to ensure that the department is doing its due diligence, that we would want to have a methodology to establish a fair upset rent, and whether or not there's some opportunity to credit back beneficiaries or something, which may get more complicated than it needs to. But I don't think there's anything that prevents the department from taking in more than the upset rent if a tenant wanted to provide that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think in the normal commercial situation, right? You have your rent established, and so people know if I want to rent this office building, it's going to cost me X, and that's set. And then you have these increases that are built into the commercial lease. I understand this is not. It just seems like I'm not sure that having people bid on it, if we've calculated the rate of return that we think is a fair rate of return at a cap rate of 8%, I don't know why we would want people to bid more than that if that's above what the market rent is. Sorry. Oh, I thought I heard somebody saying something. So then the next one. So I don't know if we get points for rent. I think the rent is whatever it is. I think the proof of financial capability to pay rent, it kind of goes into the prior one as well. But I don't think there's anything wrong in asking for tax returns. But I think for existing businesses, we need to ask for their business tax return and or financials, because a individual tax return is not going to show you much about business. And you can also get their GE returns So I think perhaps we can add that on to the second part of B. And then the other information that I think we should be asking for, let me, oh yeah, we should be asking for is information about their banks, information about their creditors, a name of a person who's going to be managing their business, and that's where the resume could come in as far as their background is concerned. And then also we should have something in here that provides for a guarantee, especially if you have an entity like an LLC or a corporation that is not capitalized that well. It's typical to get a personal guarantee from somebody to guarantee the payments. And then we can always ask for their business license, a copy of that. And any state or city required licenses for their business. And it's not going to apply for most, but it may apply for some. So if they're going to have some sort of food business, they got to have a Department of Health clearance. If we're going to ask for tax returns, I think statute of limitations is 3 years. So I think we should ask for the 3 years instead of 2. And then any names, if it's an entity, the documentation to show if there's been a name change or over time. And then the requirement, like I was mentioning before, that they have to file all of their taxes and GE taxes, and we can require them, if they got to file monthly, they got to send us a copy of that. But the biggest one, I guess, is the 20 points is where we want them to demonstrate in writing how the applicant's proposal would benefit Native Hawaiians directly or indirectly. So that part, I think that we should expand a little bit more, because I agree that they should describe how an award would benefit the trust or Native Hawaiian beneficiaries. But maybe we should expand that to give examples like for training, for employment, for education, or for other opportunities, to kind of just put that out there, because I'm not sure people would understand what we mean when we say how their proposal would benefit Native Hawaiians directly or indirectly. So those are my thoughts. And then the other thing the last thing, sorry, and I'll shut up, is the time frame. I know it's a revocable permit is going to be a month to month, but are we going to have a period longer than a year? And then how many renewals can they have before they need to reapply? That's it.
Thank you, David. I thought I saw Dennis with his hand up.
Yeah. Let's see here. Okay, and I might be repeating some of the stuff David went through, but 6 o'clock in the morning trying to throw this together took a little bit. So basically what I did is I just went through the document October 1920 that was deferred to today, and I sort of just tried to piecemeal putting things together that made sense to me and use some of my past experience with RPs. So bear with me. First of all, on the parcel list, as I mentioned yesterday, the parcel list in the application had two different statements, and I think the statement for the parcel list needs to be distinct and consistent throughout the document so that people aren't confused of what you're talking about. You know, one says that it's a non-homestead parcel suitable for disposition month to month. The other one says it's envisioned as to be developed within 20 years. Let's just make one statement so it's clear so people don't get confused. So we may want to put those two statements together on the parcel list. Any discounting of the fair market rent, I would be concerned about discounting off the fair market rent, especially at 50%. And somehow, I don't want to lengthen the process. Somehow the commission needs to be, and I don't know how you're going to do this, whether you're going to present this to the commission and say, hey, we're going to put this out and this is the terms and conditions. Then it goes out, then we do the process. Because then that gives us an idea of where the fair market value is and what discounts we're going to put out there. That's just my suggestion. On the application process, and this is getting back to some things I did when I was doing revocable permits. The application and point system for Native Hawaiians, including those on the wait list and the public at large. The applicant must provide, upon application, either a credit check, DCCA, either done by the applicant or done by the department, a security deposit for equal 2 times the monthly rent, plus the first month's rent upon application, a general liability insurance to the satisfaction department, which obviously needs to be done. So I think those are not stuff you get points for. Those are requirements. We can't let somebody, I mean, we have issues already with people that aren't complied with DCCA or have bad credit or haven't been paying their bills. But if you're, the revocable permits that I've done in the past that was the requirement. You come up with a deposit, you give us a check, we start the process. If it's a point system, then we give it to the board. The board decides, okay, based on the points, this person won. Go to that person, say, okay, we're going to secure your deposit, and the folks that lost will give their deposit back. Then go into the scoring criteria. I sort of looked at scoring criteria and try to make it basically some plain language. So under A, 20 points. My wording was provide a verifiable business personal resume with written references detailing your specific personal experience and knowledge to maintain the proposed parcel for not less than 2 years. That sort of made more sense to me, that instead of asking for I believe we were asking for taxes and all this stuff. Taxes is not going to tell me what your experience is. I mean, your taxes, you could have a business doing something else, and or you could have several businesses. Not necessarily you're going to report the taxes. But my point is that I want to find out, you know, where does this person have experience? If you're a farmer, you've been doing farming. These are the groups that I work with, so on and so forth. So you get a business or a personal resume that makes sense. The points, I agree, the points should be on a sliding scale, depend on the evaluator that's evaluating the application. As far as again, the DCCA credit thing, I eliminated that. As far as tenant history, so the tenant history with written references from landlord, mortgage company for a minimum of the past 5 years. And based on how much information we got, we evaluate and we apply a score on a scale. I agree, Chapter 343, I don't know if that should actually be in this process. But like I said before, I don't really understand what that's all about. On B, 20 points, again, the upset rent is really the rent. Call it, don't be upset because you're getting the rent. It's really what we've established as the rent. So what I did is I took the upset rent and I put it together with the security deposit and valued that at 20 points. again, a sliding scale. If you're going to give me a deposit and you give me a personal check, that's going to get less points. If you give me a cashier's check, now I've got more security. It's going to give me maximum points. So on that sliding scale. As far as the comment or the application proof and work experience that demonstrates the application's proposal, Bennett native lines, etc. I don't think there's any relevance to that, to the application. I think the offering of the RP is the responsibility of the department to say that it's going to benefit the trust, and it is benefiting the trust through revenues. Anything other than that, I think, is subjective. How are you going to evaluate that? Just because I got a letter from Oahu, I'll probably get negative numbers for that. But I'm just saying that I sort of just threw that together and felt that sort of made more sense for me as a beneficiary, not just as a commissioner, and it's sort of in layman's language. And a lot of my comments are sort of not skewed through the commercial side. I think David covered a lot through the commercial side, which has to be somehow incorporated in this. A lot of this, my comments and my thought process were more in protecting the trust to make sure that we have the deposits, we have the insurance, and so on and so forth. But it's also, here in Kauai, my issue is vacant land to be used for, I mean, the initial comment in the starting of the presentation was that we need to have people on the land, and that keeps people from, from garbage and so on and so forth. So it's managing it. But it really comes down to, even with all these comments, is have we committed a enforcement to this process? We've got paperwork. I'm assuming we would go back to, if we do revocable permits again, we go back to the legal language of a revocable permit. I think when this is presented again, I would like to see a revocable permit. Actually, the actual language of a revocable permit, not for a specific property, but just that language, because I'm used to that and I understand that. And we could work with the AG to make that language work for us. We could adjust that for each one of those. That's something that's maybe a little bit different in particular. So that's sort of where I stand. I can, and if it's appropriate, I can put all these comments together and send them in. But I was at the understanding yesterday that we didn't want all the comments sent in because the AG said that we had to have that discussion. Now, beyond that discussion, can we send in written comments, AG?
Yeah, Dennis, you've already made the comments, excuse me, on the record. So yes, please follow up with it in writing.
Good. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mike?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Kahana and Joby. So I just want to share that, I revisited the presentation that Kahana shared with us. And on the record, I fully support the purpose for this pilot program for revocable permit. And I really, I share similar concerns that I looked through on the presentation with regards to, large tracts being issued to non-beneficiaries, with regards to short-term use, but being held for long periods of time. Also, I do support encouraging beneficiary participation, and also consideration for longer-term disposition. And so my understanding is a pilot program is something that gives us the first steps to evaluate and assess, what our next steps will be going forward. And I support this program. And I'd also like to commit to submitting written comments. I don't have very much in detail comments of the nuts and bolts like David and Dennis, mentioned, but I do have some more overarching comments that I'd like to share. And And those are my thoughts. So what would be a good deadline? Can I submit something before the end of November, or do you need something sooner than that?
Yeah, I think the end of November. I think the end of November would be helpful. We'll be, I mean, honestly, I see us working on this probably early next week. There's, there's like PTSD after the commission meeting, so we need a couple of days.
Okay.
So yeah, by the end of November should be.
Sooner the better, but
Yeah,
by the end of
sooner,
November is
yeah.
fine.
Okay. No, I just wanted to get a feel. Okay. Appreciate it. So those are my thoughts, and thank you.
Mahalo, Mike. Patty? And then Zach. Patty first, then Zach.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, we can.
So I am listening to Commissioner Kaapu and Neves. I'm not going to reiterate, but we touch a lot of area points that I will support in their recommendation. I'd like to also see a business plan put together, as well as a financial plan. And what makes it easier for a vendor to ask is for a state HHC compliance, a vendor compliance. And this component will show you your tax clearance, your DCCA good standing, and your Department of Labor Workmen's Comp all in one package. And that can be applied on the State of Hawaii website. A lot of the grants, grant and aid and State Department use that. I had a question on the initial test parcel. So from my understanding, is this the parcel that the Lita Cook's ranch is on? Is that
No, it isn't.
Parcel?
No, it isn't. No.
Okay. And so I know currently you have horses and equipment and all kinds of stuff on that parcel right now in Waimanalo, correct?
Not that subject parcel that we had selected.
Okay.
The parcel that you're talking about, Lita Cook, is in the back, a couple streets back.
Okay, so is the sewage plant behind this parcel, Kahana?
Correct.
Correct. Okay, so is that the city sewage plant, and then
Yes.
You have this parcel there. Is the parcel being excavated and renovated, cleaned up right now? Is somebody on that parcel?
No, it's not. It's not being renovated. It's again, it was a right of entry. The right of entry tenant has desired to surrender it, so that's why we wanted to put it back out again.
And then on your initial test parcel, you have an interested party already interested in that parcel?
Correct.
And so is it feasible to ask what they want to put on this parcel?
They want to maintain it as a stable.
And is it feasible to ask who that people is? Did they put in an RFP, or is an RFP out for that? I'm just curious.
No, it's not.
We're going through the process to allow us to go out for an RP.
Okay.
Yeah, at this point, because everything is preliminary, it's probably best not to share the identity of that.
But then you have listed on here as you have an interested party. So I'm questioning who the interested party is, because it's presented in your packet. So I was just curious. Okay, so there is going to be an RFP after this process from the commission that we submit everything in, and then you put everything in together, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a timeline on when we're going to see this RFP out for availability?
Sooner we can get all of this criteria put together.
Oh, so in this year though, the end of the year.
I'd say 2021, if anything, January.
Okay.
The
And so
earliest, if anything.
my last question is, will the commission be able to see the RFPs that come in for this particular test pilot parcel?
It'd be up to the committee. We would present the information that we're going to go out with this specific parcel to the commission for their approval. Once that's approved, then it comes back to us. Then we conduct the actual offering, and we have our committee that does the scoring. We score it and have an awarded person identified, and then we come back to you guys and let you guys know who was identified pursuant to the process that we just conducted.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Patty. Dennis again?
Yes, well, I don't want to take anybody else's thunder that hasn't spoken on the issue, but I do have some issues with past Hawaiian Homes Commission actions that may affect how we manage this policy. I don't know if you want to talk about that now or put it off to executive session.
Okay, Dennis, can you rephrase the question for me? Sorry, I was writing something down.
Yes, there's past Hawaiian Homes Commission actions that may affect how we manage this program. And I have some issues with that action that may need to be rescinded. Should we talk about it in executive session with legal counsel?
So I would say that once we are able to implement this new RP process, we would go back and review all the existing RPs for offering out again, or right of entry, sorry.
If I hear you correctly, Commissioner Neves, you have some concerns regarding former Hawaiian Home Commission actions and the impact
Correct.
on these programmatic policies.
Yes.
So I don't know if it just asks the question and if it requires AG's review. Yeah, because there may be questions. It sounds like Commissioner has questions regarding past decisions.
It's already been presented in
Yeah, you should bring it up.
So let me just bring it out. Okay. There was one of the slides that talked about authority.
Yep.
So as long as there's a legal basis or a legal question that you have regarding the impacts, I guess, of past commission actions relative to the new program, then yes, I think we can bring that up in executive session because it's already on the agenda.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any further questions, commissioners? Okay, seeing none. That's the end of agenda F2. We'll take a 5-minute break and then come back and request a motion to go into executive session. So 5-minute break first. Wait. After. Yeah. Okay. So question was, what about F1? Yesterday we said we'll take up F1 after the executive session. Okay, so 5-minute recess. Resource.
And could I please have a motion to resolve in an executive meeting pursuant to section 92-5-A-4 HRS to consult with its attorneys on questions and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities on matters in the agenda and a matter that came up afterwards. Thank you very much. Leah, can I have a motion?
So move.
Pauline? Pauline,
Second.
motion, anybody? Okay.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so first,
William, Chair.
yes, Randy.
In preparing for the exec session, I would like to make a request to have the members of the E-team present. I have a couple of procedural questions I would like to ask of them.
We didn't prepare for that, Randy, because the report that they submitted to us, I am asking them for some additional information. So I was going to report that out today in terms of not finalizing the reports that they made to us. I have other information that I'd like for them to gather for us with regards to King's Landing. But if you give me your questions, well, let's go into executive session first.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. We got to let the public back in first. Give us 1 second, or actually a minute.
Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, how did that removal of those abandoned vehicles go on the Big Island?
With the help of the city, well, I was going to say city and county, with the help of the county.
Yeah.
So Oahu centric we are here. With the help of the county, we were able to remove all of the vehicles. And then the next stage is to do a phase 1 review of the property. So the county really helped us out in that situation, in the disposal of the vehicles. Cedric, do you recall what the total?
It's like 382 cars or something like
that. There you go. So
and a whole bunch of tires.
Yes.
Oh, great job, Chair.
Well, staff worked it all. Yeah. So we're waiting for Hawaiian Tel to come back in for the regular session.
They're in, I think.
Okay, and Shelley?
Thank you, Chair.
Stephen Golden.
Thank you.
Stephen.
Does Ryan need to? Oh, sorry, Ryan, you got your hand up again, or you've missed the button?
Oh, sorry. I'm going to be signing off. Jason's going to be taking over again.
Okay. Thank you, Ryan.
Okay, I'll go.
Be careful.
I'll just start.
Okay, so we're ready to start.
All right, Commissioners, this is item number F1. Earlier this morning, I know Joby had shared with you the Hawaiian Telecom situation. We're going through some of the negotiation with them, and this right of entry, this item number F1, approval to issue a right of entry to Hawaiian Telecom, is what is for Hawaiian Telecom to begin some of the repairs that they need. And we're seeking the approval for the Hawaiian Homes Commission to approve the right of entry.
Okay, so that's a motion, yeah?
Yeah.
So can I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So move.
Zachary. Who seconded?
Second.
Can you repeat the motion?
Okay. Thank you, Mike. Questions, commissioners, for staff?
Before you ask questions, we also have Dan Masutomi, who's from Hawaiian Telecom. He's on the line also. Dan, if you could introduce yourself.
Can you?
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes.
Hi, I am Dan Masatomi. I am the Director of Network Planning and Engineering for Hawaiian Telecom.
Okay, great. Before you proceed, Patty, did you say something? Sorry.
Yeah, I didn't hear the motion.
The staff, can you read the?
Yep. Again, LMD is seeking the approval to issue a right of entry to Hawaiian Telecom in Maku'u, island of Hawaii, and the TMKs are noted there in the submittal under the subject.
Thank you.
So, commissioners, any questions for staff as well as Hawaiian Tel staff? Or did the Hawaiian Tel staff want to make any points or say anything?
No, I'll just mention that we're trying to upgrade some of our facilities to fiber facilities so that the beneficiaries there can get high-speed internet service that they've been asking for. This approval will allow us to immediately start serving them. So we're hoping that we can get approval on it.
Mahalo for that, Daniel. Mike, you had a question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Kahana, and thank you, Daniel. So I'm just curious, what is the timing for having Hawaiian Tel available for our lessees, assuming we get approval for this ROE?
A majority will be able to get service within 30 days. There are some areas that require some fiber extensions, like the marketplace area. That may take a little longer, but a majority will be able to get within 30 days.
Well, that's great news, and especially now with you know, a lot of at-home learning and welcome, welcome.
Yeah, the farmers market will greatly appreciate the service. They've been asking for it for a while. It allowed them to do remote credit card swiping, and so it'll enhance, I guess, the marketability there.
Thank you.
Other commissioners, questions? Okay, glancing at the screen, I don't see any. So all those in favor, say aye.
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 Is there anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Daniel, thanks for hanging in there with us all day, you and your staff. Commission members, there is an announcement, and that is the next meeting will be held December 21 and 22. Highly likely to be a virtual meeting like this. And I thank you for all of the honest and open communication. Before I finish my summary, David raised his hands. Yes, David?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Are you going to appoint the investigatory committee?
Thank you for the reminder. Yes, so the chair would like to establish a investigative committee made up of David Kaapu, Mike Kalekini, Randy Awo, and myself for the purpose of identifying a path forward in some sort of solution to King's Landing. And I don't think we need any action, is what the advice of the AGs were. So for the record,
I think he said we needed a motion, but it just needed to be a normal motion.
Okay. Okay, well, let's just do that anyway to just solidify it. So I will entertain a motion to establish the investigative committee.
So move.
David moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? See none.
There is. Patty.
Patty. Yes, Patty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the AG stated that the motion should be supported as a PIG, Permitted Interaction Group, not an investigation group.
I left out the P. Yeah, so I left out the P.
Under the Sunshine Law, you have to, your motion should be under a PIG.
Okay, thank you for the correction. It will show up in the minutes as a PIG.
Thank you.
Okay.
Although
I don't like that acronym.
P.
The state gives it the
boys.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh, sorry. Pauline.
Okay, I direct Kaapu to write the report. 10 pages.
Was there anybody opposed? No. Yeah, the motion carries. Next month's meeting, just a reminder, December 21st and 22nd, highly likely to be a virtual meeting. And with that, I just wanted to thank all the commissioners today for the frank and open discussion. That's just the nature of what we do, because what we do is so complex, and it's 100 years of trying to navigate through this process of acting on behalf of beneficiaries, both lessees and waitlisters and those who haven't signed up yet. So I do want to thank you, and Randy, much mahalo and aloha to you. With that, I will entertain.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Thank you.
Aloha to all of you as well. Thank you.
Okay, so we need a motion.
you guys.
We need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aloha.
Mahalo,
Take care,
mahalo
folks.
everybody. Peace.